Test 1 2, test 1 2. How are we doing today? Test 1 2, test. Hmm. There you go. weird thing. Alright, guys. Able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can hold a breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. I will be better. For myself and for my people. So, Goblin settlement of Earthen Shrine is not far from here, but be warned, the road will be taking a favorite hunting ground for bandits. With their stairs currently inaccessible, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What Sir John the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. Up she goes again. Now I'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Oh, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Shire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of the Nyakabegzoma, but let's remain vigilant all the same. Hey there, ether current. All right. This is it, the village where the little play of pots and the Tuligalal saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Similarity be a cultural explanation, I wonder? Settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom built to resemble pots, while the other repurposed town. Oof. Look, welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? That's us. We were looking for the Dawn Servant Selector, if you happen to know who that is. You're exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Red Rock is the elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to the performing the feat. Much as Red Rock would like to do just that, we have much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our grain cases. Many helphands of the Potsworn were injured. No time for feats or metal tests. Sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in this path. Not to change the subject, but what are the pots? Goldsmiths contracted to work with moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. Moblins provide these potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisan could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what they widely know, and what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork and tooling into raw. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distraction. This is the best they can offer? I should have never left watching McQueequee. You see, the Potsworn desert us without enough help hands. We are failing to uphold our side of the pot pack. Until our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something. Do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. Give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. And if it brings us closer beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that, actually. I wasn't sure if I could do this on my own. You'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Red Rock Truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rakarok. The other four follow Red Rock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. Really appreciate you pitching in. I meant when I said at many fires. There will be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being invincible, an invincible promise. There's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. Ooh, shock. Rock can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are empty. We're here to help, my friend. You've come to aid Ragnarok? Ragnarok accepts your hand lending with joyous heel smile. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. What Ragnarok needs now is new help hands to create good livings for Potsworn Kahi. Help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Ragnarok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with great tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, prepare things with guess think. Please guess think what Ragnarok find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Take a peek inside. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if you could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guess think. There's no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. Barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? It must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Ragnarok. You made your observations. What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food. And an empty belly can be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking. But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Hard, but Ragnarok is sure nothing when it comes to Kahi's taste. I can help you with that. My brother Mona is also a sorrow, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. Simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Kakarot would have thought that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think was the only reason he concentrated. His thorough homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Well, we could try Trampty Shark. They make lovely breeze. You know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there abandoned by those who give up on their search for the Golden City. We salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Allison? Of course. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi's files, saw, and things are very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Rock was too preoccupied with blocking materials is a serious oversight which he will rectify. Applying good tools for good living is Helphand's responsibility. We all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The shoals of no return are past the crags. Through a tunnel southeast of here, you should be able to spot the passes from just outside the village. Leave it to me, my friend, leave it to me. You are Allison, aren't you? What brings you out here? I'm searching for some stuff. The issue with caring for the pot swarm. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlene instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the moblins did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on an individual contract. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We are on our way back from procuring herb for Yanji, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Ukta too have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? If I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlene's technology. My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Allison. Wait. green, that's probably it. Usually the color of the wind. Yeah. Crystalline shard and okay, it's a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal. Rock a rock into you to south. In case we run into anything. Hello. How are you today? Yeah. Doing well, catching up to the stuff I want to catch up to, and all that good stuff. Yes, thanks. Thank you for Seek finding a draft shard. Rock will add it to the new set of tools he brought. Just a couple months now. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning the sorrow. It's on its way even as we speak. That's good. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. Fine meal, new tools, a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed lot back. I'm grateful for your kind consideration. Allow me a moment or two and I'll reciprocate with a piece of worthy potswine. Oil lamp, brighten the halls of Bullocks. Doing so, the craftsmanship satisfies the Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift from the Dawn Servant. Yeah, I'm trying to get more hours in. I haven't really been, consistent at all, really. Probably one of my issues. But I've been trying to get better at it. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted until now, I hope continue crafting this improved rate. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Mate, I'm told the Elector has deemed that the crisis past and is prepared to task us with defeat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. This is the craft of Potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Osama Ukta's natural beauty, sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlie and goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among the Sharo, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Thrall's various peoples was eye-opening. Lived as a traditional Hisaro. I have few fond memories of a nomadic life. Well, that's interesting. Rock is very grateful to you. I thank you for both your hard work and clever guest think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I have had drummed into me several times already in this journey. The elector bids the claimant assemble in a large building on the west side of the village. I'll head over after finding Thancred and Urianger. I also ran into the Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. For rivals, it's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now, he is conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Red Rock waiting. Let's begin the feat. Red Rock thanks you for assisting Elpan to Rock. We will announce the feat once the other claimant arrives, so please be patient a little while longer. And a voice cutscene, probably. Nope. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? Pretty much the same. You helped a guy out. You managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Earthshire First Promise. We support your plans for Cloud Crossings and new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zoralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebblestones. The resilient son of the non-servant. Zoralja was clearing falling rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything related to the contest. Well, well, meet again. Oh, this asshole. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Red Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. Precious metalwork crafted by those artisans brings in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Really, all merchants will suffer. Ready Rock, best you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith, bring back here to us. So we're recruiting new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. We'll be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zroljaw's disqualification. Poof. Right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. And Ready Rock declares the fleet of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. The elector said nothing of taking a willing Razan from arrival, which is exactly what we should do. Fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. I guess. That nasty brute is up to something. He may seek to delay us again, as he did in River, but we can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wicklamat? Do you have any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kawano's probably has hundreds of young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand, that's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachmo Quinkui. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal it is. Wait. Does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, 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 I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I'll speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. Look, Lamont, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit it. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. Okay. Oh, we're only going to recruit the goldsmith guy that we helped. That would make sense, right? I need a moment. Upriver or downriver, the new commute is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Hopley can help us recruit our pot swarm. Yeah, I do like the water textures in this area. Okay, Ropley, let's see if you can... Greetings, Third Promise. Rick brings you back to MSQ. You've not shipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley, actually, I have a favor to ask. What do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisan for the Moblinze. Well, seeing as this Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way. One of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Though I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire. Oh, the Eorzean goldsmith. About him. You mean Fongetienne? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. Considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little upriver. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fongetienne and his workmen at this hour. Maybe we should go talk to him, just you and me. So I wouldn't want him to feel maybe to go with a crowd of new faces. To be honest, I just found this model on the workshop for YouTube Studio. Funny thing is, it's related to one of the games I play the most. Two of us can handle this. Take the rest. Gambins if you like. Yes, yes. Alright, so let's go and see the man. Got a pot. Okay, let's see what this guy has to offer. Oh, Allison. You're here too? The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me to rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. It's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask the right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I have heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the moblins, isn't it? But you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's a feat for the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. That's the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Watchland McQueequee, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot act instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now officially an official subject of Tulial law. I've since endeavored to learn what I can from my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you recall, it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East's End when Garlemald forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, a man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such loss again. So, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tulalian that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pact, then I shall gladly do so. Anjetiane, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Yes, yes, yes. Perhaps you remember me? Rook Ivu, owner of exactly FTA. I'd like a word if you don't mind. Rook Lamarck's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero for some renown, too. The gossip is to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but you come by when you have a spare moment. Ahaha! I think that's the, role quests. Much appreciated. We're waiting for you at my shop. Role quests. You know, get access role quests. Okay, do it. The ball Yav TA. And for new adventures as you progress through the random position. 8. Okay, let's see what this. See what the world quests. Listen, I was wondering when you'd come along. Not a moment too soon either. Got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd trust with. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll jump. Wait. Roll quests, roll quests. Now that we're settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brooke Ivu, proprietor of Polyav TA. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone, people hailing from across Tyrol and sometimes further. I'm here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not too long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here from so far from your respective homes. This is the first time we have all gathered in one place. Perhaps formal introductions is in order. I am. Welcome, welcome. What will you be having? Can we have a moment, please? We're in the middle of something very important. Now then, where was I? Oh yes, I am Apiali, if you are sitting here now. Because I have personally invited you to the passage, the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. What? Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. Okay. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefree, carefully constructed atmosphere. I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invite you all here for one reason. Throw the world into a mire of chaos. And then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to push all who've dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you'd like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. The grand designed for a group of 6, even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And so doing, we shall become unbound. Like a bird soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here, to look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With a newfound might, at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tural. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Tural continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tural Vidral, and with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. Take it there are no questions. And let the passage be unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. Didn't order a single thing. The long and short of it, what do you think? They might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard. The land's guard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference. As soon we learned those unwelcome guests had tea. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help, covering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now I know you've business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you could take the time to hear Tyrol Maj out, you'll be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. Awesome. Awesome. Greetings. Allow me to thank you and personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Earl Margin. The risk of becoming a daily nuisance I must have there been any developments you might share? Nuisance, why perish the thought? You've come in just in time, in fact. But the vaunted out search. Finally, a fortunate turn, so long as our sacred treasures are good hand. Peace. Say nothing of the dangers they pose to other nations. These thieves really do interrupt chaos. You had better depart next ship. But before you do, it might be those who have come to the search of aid. Noaz and we there comes far to the north. Single warrior can hope to withstand the power. Requires a stout protectors that times are darkest. Tank. Heirloom that Bane must recover looks terrible on his victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counter this effect. Lunar. Search for Shapspia's tribal treasure has been trusted to Fearless Hunter. He requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract your targets while foe takes deadly aim. Lastly, there's PA, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact, decided that it must fall on the throne. Seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that line crowded in. Getting someone, Solo Jaw, your request is just expressing it. Say yourself. Jaw hails from further south than Mamu. Traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. The only way to escape the effect of his village treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed. You get so forgetful. Sage, thank you for all magic. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can do, Allison. Of course, I'll share all I know. No matter, you only need to ask. I know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those reputed. As long as you do what you can, the people control and maybe even further will be adapt. Let's go. Easy. Gotta see. Master Robley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Bungetean has agreed to sign the pot pact, yes? Well, it's the same to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for watching McQuinqui. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. Could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachimaquinqui. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Good, for he shall meet you in all. I had plenty of reason to win the contest. Now I have one more. Fontain's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. You won't. Liberty. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. But you can pass the time however you like. I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Let's be prepared for it. Welcome back, madam. You have a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting in your return. I'll send up a third promise and entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. Dawn servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard, stationed outside Sun's Perch at your earliest convenience. Are you about to fight? Yep, we're about to fight. The Dawn's room way too thin while I was not informed of the reason for your audience in turn. Suggest full better regalia. Yep, we're about to fight, baby. Fun.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. Expect no other mercies. Come, ready Show me the truth of the tales. All right. will do. You've shown me more than enough. I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hot-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
She is young, but she has potential.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamachi thinks she understands her many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, No many peoples and cultures love them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamachi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallup's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
He had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Royal your lance building friend Obsidian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all, it was. Sullivan had one bite of Amika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense. I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet me at Bard's cabins. Come and join us if you've had a moment to recover, eh? let's continue the rite of succession. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? Well, afterwards you're prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a long time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fonjetienne. Right, shall we depart for Earthenshire then? Word before you go. Well, Kivu, what are you doing here? Ah, I've spent my days correcting manners, and here I am preparing the grave offense of delaying the Third Promise's departure. Please take up your axe and my flesh onto taco meat. Must you demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. What was that all about? I come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Allow me to be of service. As you know, the legend of the Golden City has been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it's more of an unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. Lesson to be learned from this third promise is that you seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Fokivu. To make of these cautionary tales, if every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? Seems the legend originated in Yalkui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. I believe we shall follow in time, but first let us see Fonjetienne safely into the Moblin's care. Zama Ukta.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Oh, such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Donserad may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Your part in this is far from over.
We're back, and we've brought us with us a willing botsworn. This is Bonjetian, a talented goldsmith who once worked at James Estates in Ildam. Wonderful, impressive. Your first return. Your promise? And with an artisan from across the salt, no less, we welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to your work pot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fonjetian. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Red Rock presents you your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing. That makes 3. Oof, more pot-sworn candidates. Come, tell Red Rock your tales. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh, you are doing well. I expect nothing less of Earl Jaw's esteemed sibling. Your cleverness, in particular, is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Charlian knowledge you so cherish, to arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as New Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. Tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only improve our nation through practical innovation. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliolal is known for its advanced technology, just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlian. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliolal to progress its advanced states? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very. The way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlian whole. And that's conquering other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours won't be the first failed empire. We keep fighting until the mounting cost convinces them to lay down their weapons. They'll all have grown tired of loss. What such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is mockery of peace. Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolal, there was no pot pact, pot sworn. It was normal to grab snatched artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulul Jaja arrived, families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a warm people. We fear death had come for us. Gulul Jaja just wanted to talk. Deities, we're here to trade words, not blows. Gold workcraft in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance that the quality of materials used, mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirits is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creation. They shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? So began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make face happy. Gulul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much Ingleshire. But the head of reason was behind the forging of Potpack. Yes, reason and clever think changed Bobby's way of life. Earth's promised tries. Tires of your talk of olden days. You would rather look to the future and the next feat. Should be getting on as well. The cool Jaja never did come back, did he? You have a moment there, promise? Kakarot would repay you for handle helping with Kahihi, his tale of the Golden City. Really, I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness, city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's the city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakarok. Where did you hear this particular tale? From our longtime Yakui friends. They live up in the mountains in Ukulapacha. Giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkulapacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there is a road which leads up to the mountains. Find them that first. Let's go! Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise. Glad I caught you. Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. Says there's something she forgot to give you. Oh, something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. Shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Taking quite a while. Just keep running there for now, I suppose. There's complications? Well, let's wait a little longer. It's getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only one road. Don't underestimate Wicklamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link roll. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to the Shire. It was Red Rock who had business with her, yes? Back again so soon? You've come looking for Wilclamot. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Javok did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Oh boy. Then who was the man that came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where's Lama T? Is she not with you? Yeah. Some creepy guy came up. You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? Thou shouldst swear for your sister is understandable, yet rather than find blame, energies are better spent on locating her. I'll help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest. My sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Allison and I should work together at least, the better to facilitate communication between our groups. And the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. Well, we'll be on our way as well. Alright, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. Lama T was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here. Except Red Rock swears she didn't see her. In which case, it is entirely possible that Lama T never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the station at the opposite entrance. The third promise, Mombi had been standing at his post with Bill and I watching. He has seen no claimants pass this way. What of a Hanawat with brightly colored hair? A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the one messenger and the brigand described by the century are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Tiny Fires and like word with its peddler should they still be around. Is there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel Essa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker. There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. No wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant, lure him up of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing around, we catch the rats by the tail. Sounds fun. Excellent plan. I have just the right garments for your disguise. At a specially discounted price, of course. Brush with bandits hasn't dampened your merchant spirit, I see. Very well. I will accept your generous deal. Now, lay the bait. I'll proceed to lead you into many fires to make your presence known. You will follow on behind, boasting of those you paid a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gem or some such. Falkis is going hungry, as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Nice. There, that cracks our fellow. Share with him how happy your veterinary deal with me has made you. But RP display we can do. You're a gemstone proof that thorough merchant, you say. I envy the profit he must have made for such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods as at my usual haunts. Good start, but I would make certain Waukesa is aware of me. Let's continue. That moblin over there looks conversation, then stage yours, Alvin. The Shar sold you a sparkle stone for your collection. Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. You see that chair for Polu? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of the charade. Wait, really? Hassan Peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection. That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find me, even as it found you. Ah, my most valued customer, the profit from this single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellsword is tempting fate, so I shall make Northern Shire my last stop, and return forthwith to Tulial Hall. Idiot. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. You played your part to perfection, Allison, a woman of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now, let us lure Alkessa out and spring our trap. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Alkessa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. We're relying on you to follow closely behind, remain hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? By some, and by some I mean every coin you have. You're the gemstone collector. Oh. I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye, men. Kill these. Redraw. Lovely Roman. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. You be so kind, Allison. Pray leave them capable of speech. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's his second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy as soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Neat pack of shit, salt lover. You'll get no not answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wook Lamont? I'm fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told either. Only Alkissa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you could pursue a quick case in the meantime. The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force confrontation. It might lead us to where Amati is hiding, being held. Yes. Okay. My money. Give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin. I offered you gainful employment. Of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that woman was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleedings. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Someone told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? Do you think the bandits were hired by this Obigo? Alright, new strategy. Get Alcesa and stay on Mamuljaw's tail. You don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance into where I have her. Catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Do it again.
Better late than never. That Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her! I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
Is this going to be a duty or a dungeon? I may have put rescuing Lamati ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me, yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made this same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. We need to gather our forces. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Us, at the very least, we believe this. Go knows where Lamati has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boats, and as we speak, I should like to join him with all haste. Fortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your unity from its harness, leaving us without a means to give tribute. Ernvel is an expert on wildlife. What are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help carry it about, however. Would you accompany him, Allison? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the Punity was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Northernshire's artisans are a short walk away. Let us divide the task and have at it. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Punity downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try waters upriver. Assuming our Punity has come this way, she'll be depths of marsh. We'll need to lure her back shallows with promise of food. All Punity eat aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetables. Knowing this, I added leftovers of the feed I've prepared. Should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scent. Geckos calling on predators, so I'll leave you to scatter this deeper in. I'll be waiting with the shallows, the rest of our Unity spicy. Beautiful, man. Duel's Punity feed. All set. I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. Nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help last time. Hungry here, Ledger. Come on, come with me. Oh. Be fine here, I think. Give her a few more treats and lead her over to the boat. And let Kawana know we have our punity back. I'll have the punity in hand then. Good, and I expect nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase and all the parts we need. The Valor twins are over Northamptonshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. Told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Must know something by now. Yonder? Understood, thank you. But broke his name. Thancred followed Abigail's boat to its destination, and that they agreed. And my sister Captain. They, of course, being but Jaja. It's where I would make them regret this. It is in Leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is prepared, we strap in. Back. Thing of you.
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim their baubles by force.
Give it back! Voltaten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line. Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage. That one's not to be underestimated. They can do nothing while we have.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them! Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting. No! I won't stop until I got these maggots and feed them their entrails! If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want? No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Do we give chase?
We head back. Amachi is safe. And that is what matters.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad to see you unharmed, Amati. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, and all of you too. Uncle Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. Shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him and it cost me a keystone. Argentine unbidden his life so that I could accomplish Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I let him down. So we take back what was stolen. Yes, we'll do exactly that. Next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight onto his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Buckle Jaja for some useless when we a sycophant when he caught sight of us? Reference to Cyril Jaw, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother and is the only Boniwa I know of participating in the rite of succession. Cyril Jaw was somehow involved in this. We'll never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Bakuja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the symmetry to abduct Lamate. I shall request that Father send out a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. Every of the measures need to be taken to keep safe travel safe. I wonder what pushed these people towards the life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Just something to think about for now, however. The rite continues. Thank you all for your help. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel with Lamont? You bet I am. Viralja gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. The road beckons, friends. Let us begin our way. Yep, to the Akhui. Inspect where the path through the mountains begins. You remember the spot where we were tricked into walking off with Alkesa? Going to learn my face and like that, eh? Or if he's raising my hackles on purpose, tried to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't stand around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up. Right, Wuklamat. I couldn't leave without letting Rock know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. Arenville is nowhere to be seen. Couldn't you wait for a few moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give this smug gleaner a piece of my mind. Amata would agonize over the stone, but it seems nothing to be concerned about. Upwards then. The Patch. Once again. I'm sure you've noticed the air grows thin at this elevator. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Ular's Echo. Yes, and the irony that Keystone doesn't matter at all. I'm just gonna smack him down. Cutscene time. Ooh, I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof where Papa met with the Yakui. Must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Turali, the giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. Watch over the Vidral Valagomanda and maintain its prison within the temple. Ah yes, Wiklamat told us about the Vidral creatures that live far longer than normal and awaken strange powers. Indeed, yet even among those anomalies, Valagomanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. He learned in the Lay of Ice it was Golu Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. Inside the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Valagomanda was lured inside by Golu Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see this strongest of all Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Ular's Echo is where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not just suggest that we'll be facing two feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him, or maybe we should flesh out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Finding the Dawn Servant and lecture should be our priority. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. I suggest we pay a visit to Raziakuzar the Gracious, so their temple is called. Moblins told me that high luminary floor is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Let's see if I convince the god. Welcome out, third promise of Tuliolal. I seek your elector for the right of 16. May I speak with the court? Luminary is granted admittance to claimants. You may enter. Oh, that was easier than I expected. In we go then. Is that? Hi, Valor Gramonda. Welcome. High Luminary. Who? He is not here at present. I am Luminary Dumor. This is a Sky Rune. Father Gramonda is the Droll Vidral whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people once conquerors fall beneath the sun were brittle leaves before Valagamonda's impetuous power. When the Sky Rune descended upon Ukulapacha 8 decades ago, casualties were staggering. Had Gulul Chaja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Their titanic battle with Valagamonda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the head reason concoct a desperate plan. Ulul Jaja tricked the Sky Rune into losing control of his own ice magic, causing the unwitting Droll Vidral to encase itself in frozen aether. It's been like that ever since, Nice, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? Same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grows weaker with each passing year. Valor Gramonda commands the powers of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storms was the result of those energies slipping free. Raging tempest from Valor Gramonda? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yet the High Luminary chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our Forbidden Mountains, find the waiting Gurful for your challenge. So the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it? Have. Their expeditions are underway. You better pick up the pace. Aye, but we'll need a direction search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. This Valley Garmonda is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prisoner fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires this luminary gopher somewhere up on these mountains. However, if the earlier feats are any indication, we must assume that challenge precludes the Yakui from answering our question in a straightforward manner. I also want to ask you pay close attention while attempting to divine Verflure's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, they may be clues hidden away within their words. Such is my theory, anyways. Let us see what we can discover. Hi there, my friend. The High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Let me ask you a question. Was the brawl who came out of the temple earlier? Is that really the third promise? She seems rather imposing. She meant to succeed the mighty Ghoul Joshua. We're from farther away than that, I think. As of the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He's warder of the High Rune, but also keeper of Sepulchre. His duty is taking him outside the village. Sepulchre. Important, probably. Asking up to the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity there. He's a great man, with a deep reverence for our tradition. These cliffs we carve, for one, he affords them much value as they record lives lived. For rival too. Etched into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of this. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof. Northwest, one of our gravesites. First things first, was anyone folks or the definite location? As expected, what then of clues of other hints might point us in the right direction? In addition to his usual duties, Gufler is also in charge with keeping graves. The Yakui's sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their culture. Would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter their burial grounds? Proof, you say? He encourages you to visit this place yourself? Then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Folklore there, it'll give us a chance to learn more about the Yakui. Gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? The others have gone ahead to proof, following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're okay. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. About to get my bearings up here first, so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you get catching up with Aaronville? Should be able to point you in the right direction. Look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass. Yet, the ground still burns. It must be one of the scars left by Valargamonda's rampage, told by the saga. Skyrune's fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it was a literary embellishment. Ah, but now I have lost sight of Wiklamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way. Wiklamat. Wiklamat wins again. Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friends. You... Ufler? No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres to those who come in search of him. Oh, so we're meant to find our way here after all. You to tell us who is buried here. No one is buried here, since you mean. A body has served its purpose, we consign to flame and scatter it as ash across the peaks. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our sepulchres, for age or mishap claim us, that we may etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. The mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me even now. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave's glyphs, in the same manner my friend does in mine. It has always been thus for your people, this conception of existence and death. Continue along this path with the inevitable passage. Build the history upon its walls, and you may find the answers to the question. That's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so I will remain in your hearts also. Hello, a fellow. Met it proof suggested that we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch your arrival. As the chronicler of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals, generation to generation. Really are magnificent. Together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts times more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yakui. Blessed with the size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yogg-Toroil under their domination. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Yogg-Toroil. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to build a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Togor the Boundless, we still make use of the bridge in Tuliolal for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work scale. I've never heard of any Yakui living in Yogg-Toroil. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon the next mural and behold the answer. Seems to suggest that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have held their invasion? Foe, unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Yogg-Toroil, those thousands of years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease and terrible illness. No virulent plague or newly risen blight. For the local Onagwa and the Shionta, it was but a mild affliction, the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as a slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yakui who joined the northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to desire offspring. I've heard of this before. Lacking inherent resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to disease. The local might shrug off. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than burial for mortal remains. This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Ukulapacha. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unlike to us in appearance and custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly wait their fate, they decided to strike for the first blow. Yet as they fought on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Yogg-Toroil, their withdrawal to the mountains, did they come to understand. Peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us, here in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. You do nothing but fight. It can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now, and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you're ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit Orkozor. I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trail south here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the way, the mountain side is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for warning. And the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Orkozor. Mountain air, it's going to be the death of me. Well, how long have you been staying there? I was just in the scenery is all. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alphino and the others. Is it dungeon time? It might be dungeon time. Remember how the chronicler was saying the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that Zeralja is attempting the feat of proof, then he will learn the same lesson. I only hope that it has made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war.
Gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Tomar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul, Jar Jar, like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tura's overlords.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you!
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right!
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Wokor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Grufurler is waiting.
Accepted, and yep. Where's Ormar? I have a feeling this one's gonna be fun. Yep, there we go. And it popped. Oh. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. 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 And the asshole from the cutscene. Oh.
I am Purfulur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested. Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting peaks. Chronicles of End. Return the hunger of roiling waters. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of End, record the cruelty of merciless storms. worthy to rule. Chronicles ahead. Return the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of Earth. Recount the fury of erupting beasts. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your
Nice.
Very good, Claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
3 to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenrun? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others? Of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built. What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
And is free, baby.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Good, you're back. There's much I would explain, but by the time I arrived in to investigate a sudden surge in Aether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Break out your breath and then lend a hand where you can. You're already there, many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out of their wounds, I ask you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen those people. You, the third promises protect. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat is as if all the moisture has left my body. Everything burns. Touch of cloth is agony, yet I will live. Leave there others in more dire need of help. Nope. And for now, the injured youth awake and alert then. That as well. Left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I killed a giant attacked by the mountain bird. Group's leader, Corporal, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was with that I felt an intense wave of aether and returned to find Warlar's echo in this state. Rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valigramonda has broken free, thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before you can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard, see what became of the Skyrim prison. High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Back over.
Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I might have overdone the fire a bit. Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Yes, of course.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
If you had to ask.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you resolve to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Pelu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Let's go. So, Ranville, any ideas how we can track Valigarmanda? A tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option. Not as reliable as the first, but if we are lucky, it will let us ascertain the sky ruins' whereabouts quickly. Though Tural Vidral is of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy, and thus is a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. Floating hand? Now is not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy. It's an ether seek. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the aether of living beings. You've had that in your pack this whole time. I can calibrate it to follow specific ethereal aspects. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy imprisonment, Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire aspect of the aether. And the residents here were uniformly affected by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Valigarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. And the choice is plain: fire. Seeker, however, is not without its faults, as we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire aspected in. So we have a reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus a potentially swift but easily misled gleaner tool. I say why not pursue both methods at the same time. Good idea. I'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Allison, in case the seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Let's go. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses, more sky ruins we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yakhui. Very well. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigarmanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. We should be on our way as well. Bottom. Head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the seeker to detect fire aspect of Aether. Alright, the Seeker is ready to go. Warlar's Echo is still suffused with the Skyruin's residual aether, so I included it from the search area to prevent it from sensors. In tracking, shall we? Quite the legendary creature we were after. Do you mind dealing with the fire sprite? But continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. Necessary measure, I'm afraid. Try it again. Threatening enough, but again, not what we were looking for. If you would be so kind. Thanks. I'd ask if it give you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to, take your resume tracking and do try to point out something useful this time. Experiment of resume tracking. So, your Slim registered to the Seeker Corporeal Aether. In the words of the Tulial saga, when Valagramanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever. Its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyrune's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. There, now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signatures but Valagaramanda's. I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies, it seems I still have much to learn from this journey as a gleaner and a guide. I ruin. The trial begins, baby. This time the Seeker should be Valagaramanda's Aether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Goodness, or no. Not the correct parameters for cast. But increase the threshold for etheric concentrate. Correct us. The Brawl Vidral itself. Just felt like Armando with Vegas Master, so let's head through.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
A likely location, buddies. Meet up at this position.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vidral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Hurry up time, baby. Or fight. Jeez. Shit. Dead. Okay.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Kulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
You fought well, though.
I did, didn't I? Even if it wasn't at full strength, we defeated a living legend. I swear, I'll surpass the old man one day.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Your proud expression bespeak a successful hunt, not that I'm surprised in the least. Sarelja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarelja in tow. He seemed inclined to share any victory celebrations. Nothing usual for Sarelja. No, it's a cool Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valiarmanda, it wasn't only Ukupacha at risk, there would have been deaths across the entire continent. More certain than ever that Pakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I catch him and take back my keystone. Yakui must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valiarmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alphino, well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gruflor.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zulmurwar? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jaljar, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You... Woklamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. One
Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess. A statue so tall, even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Book Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, no dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
I don't think Vorpurl and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal, but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. And we return to Tuliolal after scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to death. Even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we visit the next destination and made out in the saga. Respite would be most welcome, I believe. I hear Barrage Captain calling our names. Okay. Belligramanda slain. I think that'll be a good place to end it for today. Seeing you all guys next